starting soon. Three, two, and one. Alright. And you must be wondering why I'm wearing sunglasses. I can't find my glasses. So, that said, what's up, guys? I'm Tone the Way. I'm a film director, a podcaster, and your guide to the business of creativity. But furthermore, this is where I share everything I've learned on my journey and, journeying to the director's chair. I'm going to work on that. I'm going to work on my introduction a little bit more. I'm going to be like, hey everyone, I'm Tone the Way. I'm a filmmaker and podcaster. And then I'll just probably drop in, for example, today I'm dropping a new video where I'll be sharing some commentary feedback, as you will, on different videos. So we have some reaction videos we got going on with Kevin James. Then we got some little shorts. And then we got some commentary of what I have to say that I feel is wrong. But, if you are new, make sure you subscribe to my channel, Tone the Way, and hit that notification bell button so you don't miss out. All right. So we gonna hit on this trailer called Guns Up. Let me see. Kevin James looking nice and bold, like a little fresh beard. So we're gonna hit on that right now.
It's family night. It's family night.
You and the kids mean everything to me.
There's something I want to talk about. The diner. With some elbow grease, we could be open within a month.
Yeah.
No more worrying that the kids are going to find out how you put food on the table.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Everything okay?
It's business as usual.
Let's go.
Raymond Hayes. Nuji.
I like how serious tone, this is a little serious tone, because I'm so used to him, being in movies like Grown Ups. I think it's called Never Back Down or something like that. I can't remember. It was a UFC kind of film. It was more like a school, but hall blart, mall cop kind of thing. So it's just seeing him growing up. It's kind of cool. So there's food for thought.
Jersey's #1 collector of debts.
My kids cannot find out about this. All this time and you haven't told them?
You're a good man, Mr. Hayes. But one does wonder what kind of home your children are being raised in.
Why are you bleeding?
No, that's red ink.
It looks like blood.
It does, right?
What's this I hear about you wanting to quit the game?
I care about what I do for a living.
If you leave, you're done. Get down!
Tell me why Dad picked a fight with a pirate.
Get in there, kill them all!
Is Dad John Wick?
I was just gonna say something like that. I was gonna say this is like a combination of Nobody and John Wick. And I love how old girl, from those who don't know, those who grew up in the 90s, that's old girl, Miss Adams, the original Adams, Wednesday Adams, from the Adams family. Those who don't know. But I'm gonna leave it alone. She's a killer too? What the fuck?
I think our dad married John Wick. What?
I'm just processing a lot right now, and you're being a little aggressive.
Honey, get a gun and let's go get the kids. We can get through anything. anything.
What a family.
They'll fight back.
You ready for this?
Is everybody okay? We're scheduling a lifetime of family therapy.
Oh, please no.
I think that's a must. Is it gonna be theaters? What's going on? Okay, it really doesn't tell me anything, but I think Guns Up is gonna be a movie to see in the theaters. Why not? I'm just saying. Or, miss out and just, catch it up on Blu-ray and all that other stuff. We got this Netflix Ballad of a Small Player. Ballad of a Small Player. Let's give it a watch. Wait, what did he say? Oh, Toronto International Film. Okay. Moving on.
You're running out of puff.
I may be out of puff, but I still have my balls.
Yeah, right. Not for long.
Day before my birthday. What the fuck? Okay, anyway, moving on. Looks interesting. I might actually give it a watch. Would I give it a rating? It just says what it says, but I'm moving on. Midnight Walkers, let's go. I don't. Something I'll watch somebody play it, but I mean I don't think necessarily I would play it, but I'm gonna just keep pushing.
What are you, a cop? Private detective?
Please, just call me Jax. Yeah, I heard about you.
And what kind of odd jobs do you do?
Not like I'm a hitman or anything. Just help people out of tight situations.
I need you to find Jahari. She has a new album ready to drop in. She just disappeared. But I need her back here. She said she knew you were trouble.
Challenge accepted.
She was hanging with some cat named Money. He's supposed to be some big baller or whatever.
When's the last time you seen her?
A couple of days ago.
Went to her apartment and it was trashed.
I'm supposed to just sit here waiting for her to show up?
We have to have a plan.
All right, Black Belt Jones, what's the plan?
She has no idea what she's getting herself into. How many extra clips you got?
Thought you didn't like guns.
I don't like condoms either, but I ain't stupid. I ain't got no time for this shit.
Hey man, why you keep trying to be this girl's lady?
This ain't business. This is very personal.
All I know is if you don't get that gun out of my face. Now that was fast. That was nice.
Trust me, it's what I do. What are you supposed to say?
I'm sorry. I'll never do it again.
My man.
I need them to redo this trailer all over again. I need them to redo this trailer all over again. Music wasn't bad. It's the way everything was executed I did not like. But let me watch this real quick.
Three perilous random unlocking mission areas. 2 limited resource areas unlock first. Teams collide and battle for every scrap. Finally, time to rumble when the hijack area unlocks. Raid rivals, steal their stockpiles, and fight for total control. The first team to gather enough resources wins.
Ready to capture the available area and extract some goodies? Let's go! You're loading up on resources. All gone. You should probably head to the next available area.
I unleash the Vishanti's power.
Great job. You're loading up on resources. Fantastic. The rumble phase is about to begin. Rumble speed is climbing fast.
I like the new look inside.
Oh, you've almost clinched the win.
Clinch the win.
You're getting rumbled! Whoa! The rumble speed is totally out of control! Another epic victory! Big win!
need to like hop on the game once in a while and play some, like, you know, with you guys, because like you guys never see me like play and like, you know, stream and play at the same time with a camera. With a camera.
Will pass to the next generation.
Oh, this is a game.
And that generation will entrust it to the next. This fire will continue to burn into the future. Come on now. Everyone's waiting for you. Let's make sure they know we are here!
Take that! We'll blast through to your main body! Come on, guys!
Todoroki! Because of you, I'm the person I've always wanted to be!
I'm not losing sight of you. We haven't been able to talk about love and romance yet.
From now on, this is our story. He's badly injured. I've got to defeat him. Arizuka. I also can't pretend I didn't see you crying in there! Shut up, you insignificant pest! I'm going to stop you. Second gear! Third gear! Top gear! Overdrive! Detroit!
We've known each other long enough, and you should know!
No way. That looks pretty cool. Oh yeah. Oh shit. Hold on.
This inner... This inner flame will pass to the... And you should know!
Huh. Weird. There was...
We've known each other long...
Oh well. Alright, moving on to the next one. Oh yeah, I'm gonna open that link. But, you know, open this one. Close that one out.
Dinner is served.
Yes, this is Betty Brown.
All right, that's it.
But Mama.
Dinner time is the time for us to connect as a family.
We talk all the time, Trudy.
I'm not playing, Oscar.
You know you are 1, 2, 3, all the way to infinity.
Ew! My daddy said never talk to a strange boy.
That's it. You're going to military school. Huh? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Celebrate Black Beauty.
Your skin color is a gift.
You're like a fairy godmother, but black.
So what are we going to do next? Fly on a big giant bird?
This is a dream come true.
Hold on!
Get in.
Oh!
Abashi.
What you say?
I've been waiting for this action. I should have known. You have my attention.
I do not remember being this dramatic.
Good luck. You'll need it.
But that ain't all. Really? It's gonna be some drama, Mama.
That sounds about right.
Ooh, I am in. I'm gonna call my friends right now.
Wait a minute. Hold up.
Am in. I'm gonna call my friends right.
Where's the white girl? Hold up. Where is the white girl? Y'all. Don't make me say this. I only see Latina and black. Where's the white girl? That make the show all wholesome. Like, yeah. I'm gonna just click.
Now.
And they better not have written the story. I'm gonna watch the shit of 2 and then 3. Cause what happened to old girl? They better not have said some shit like, oh, she moved. Moving on. personally, I don't think this is for me, but you know, those who love Nicktoons and Dice Destiny. Let me see. Official Timmy Turner Showcase. Let me see. Sorry, it's not my thing. I think I wasted like my 50.
Guys, Lil Tay is threatening to.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna get to this after I finish these.
My name is Sarah Grant. I'm in possession of evidence of an unlawful cover-up.
There are a number of whistleblower support organizations.
No, I just want to give everything back.
There are official channels, but there are unofficial ones.
Who is he?
I help people who see things they shouldn't have, who maybe should have looked the other way, but they can't.
I've never met him. That's kind of the point. It's a messaging service. They call you back.
This is the Tri-State Relay Service.
What is that? It's a hearing-assisted device for the deaf.
The Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990 prohibits relay operators from disclosing the content of any relay conversation.
The person who's called you will type their conversation and I'll read it to you. No calls are recorded and everything you say is confidential.
There's a van parked out front. I think they're watching me.
They may try to scare you. They may try to make a deal. This is the only deal. We are not bodyguards. We are intermediaries. We can help you return the documents whilst maintaining leverage to protect you.
Has it ever gone wrong?
Sometimes we have to walk away.
Are you lonely?
I recommend we keep communication to a minimum.
Do you have the packages?
Yes.
We got our guy.
They know who you are. You're in big danger. Why'd you do this for me?
That's my job.
Thank you for using the Tri-State Relay Service. Have a wonderful night.
Interesting. You know, I actually will give that. I will give it. I like suspense. I like this August. How long ago did this come out? A month ago? Oh yeah, I'm definitely looking. Let me put that as a list. Do that. Do that. Do. To watch. So Guns Up and Relay. Okay. Next, we got Project Hail Mary, and then we got one more, and then I'll be right back.
Please state your name.
Rodman Grace.
Oh, I seen this one. I remember watching this one. I'm gonna click on this.
Dear gentle reader, it is time that I tell my side of the story. On Halloween Eve, a relentless melancholy enveloped me, for I realized I was the only living thing walking amongst the dead. I saw that every grimy corner of the city was filled with listless, lifeless automatons. And I wondered, why do they not all just kill themselves? What do you want? what a beautiful dress. Shall we play some bridge? Mother? Oh. Can't play bridge, you have no hands. To avert my mind from turning upon itself, I fashioned a fearsome brew. Keep your trap shut, Mom. Silly boy. Back to business. I'm on to something big. Did you think that I'd forgot? I miss that dog. Yes, I know. I know what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying. You think I'm stupid. No. Shush. It's not enough. Now, a little more. Of course, it's dangerous. And to my surprise, I was struck with a glorious vision. I descended down the spider's thread into the trench of hell. Contrary to the crass depictions, I found it to be a magical place, bursting forth with profound beauty. The lower I dare travel, I'm taller than this, the more lovely and sublime it became. I saw the kingdom of plants, wherein the more there was fornication, copulation, the greater the abundance, variance, and radiance. I saw the kingdom of animals. You say, out of my bloody head. Mother! Wherein the more savage and brutal the survival dance between predator and prey, the more exquisite, ingenious, and noble the creature. Then I saw the kingdom of man, each eye revealing a different London. In my left eye, I saw a city Maya in the bleak misery of perpetual, cruel stasis. In my right eye, I saw a city glowing with the eternal fire of ingenuity, bathing in the light of creation. It was then that I knew I was ready to work.
I don't know what that is. Hyde. Who's Hyde? Ah, got you. Okay, we're gonna get a little synopsis.
Did you know the look of Mr. Hyde from Van Helsing was actually inspired by one of the greatest wrestlers of all time? Mr. Hyde's massive build and towering design were modeled after Andre the Giant, the late French wrestling legend. But what's even more interesting is we got an entire backstory on the Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde of this universe in an animated prequel movie that most fans don't even know about. In the animated prequel Van Helsing: The London Assignment, Van Helsing and Carl investigate a string of supernatural murders committed by Dr. Jekyll, where he's been draining the souls of his victims to create a potion that keeps Queen Victoria young for just one night at a time. And then of course things take a turn when Jekyll kidnaps Victoria, fleeing in a hot air balloon with Van Helsing in pursuit. After a wild mid-air fight and a crash on the unfinished Tower Bridge, Hyde nearly kills Van Helsing before escaping. Meanwhile, Hyde flees to Paris, setting the stage for their next battle in the movie. Which is why we get that great reference when Hyde points out the bullet hole in his arm to Van Helsing. Look, I'll settle for animated Van Helsing movies if it means we get Hugh Jackman back to voice him in a sequel. Did you know the look of Mr.
Don't know if that's the right one, but...
The story, Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, follows the respected Dr. Henry Jekyll, a scientist intrigued by the idea of separating his good and evil sides. He concocts a potion that transforms him into the sinister Mr. Edward Hyde, giving in to his darkest impulses without fear of consequences. However, the transformations become harder to control, and Hyde's malevolence escalates. Jekyll's friend and lawyer, Mr. Utterson, investigates, uncovering the truth that Jekyll and Hyde are one and the same. As Jekyll's attempts to regain control fail, he leaves behind documents detailing his descent into madness. In the end, Jekyll's struggle against his dual nature leads to his permanent transformation into Hyde and his eventual death, highlighting the destructive power of suppressing one's inner demons.
That awfully sounds like that one movie, The Page Master. Those who don't know what The Page Master is, it's long before your time. That's all I gotta say. We got this little one, and then we're gonna take a break. Okay, we're gonna take a break, and then we head back into all this other stuff. Refusing to put it on Xbox. Okay. And now, the final event. We're gonna get into all these other things with an apology. Amala, and then from there we're gonna just go down the hill, and we're gonna be right back after this short message, okay? I'm gonna just hold out for ad time But break time, I would say, for now. And we are going to Oopsie. And we are back. There we are. Alright, part 2 of this video. We're gonna get right back into it, and we have no interruptions at this given time. And what now? We have this going on? What's going on? Oh. It's Live Tuesday. I thought it was later on today. But as soon as we whatchamacallit, we'll hop onto that. But anyway, further ado, we're gonna click on this. And we are back. Now. Okay. We are back now.
To sue me. I'm being serious. Guys, Lil Tay is threatening to sue me. I'm being serious. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, you better. Yeah, you better.
Guys, before we get into today's video, please like and subscribe. Yes, today we're talking again about Lil Tay, which I did not expect. I thought this was going to be a one-off, but she's decided to threaten to sue me through Instagram DM. Anyways, let me get into the situation for those of you who are unaware of what's going on. Now, I made a video about Lil Tay recently, and for those of you who don't know who she is, you can go and watch that video. She is a phenomenon on the internet, and she has been famous on social media for quite some time for her personality and her posts since she was a very young child. And when she turned 18, she decided to start an OnlyFans, and that OnlyFans made $1 million in 3 hours, according to Lil Tay herself. Now, we spoke about that idea of being on OnlyFans at the ripe age of 18. We spoke about the men who are purchasing this content, what it means to make $1 million in 3 hours, whether or not it's worth it for young women to engage in this and call this a career and make sex work an occupation for themselves as soon as they're able to do it. And of course, you guys know my stance on that, and you can check out, again, the video if you want to see the full discussion. But on August 5th, apparently, I got a DM from Lil Tay that I was unaware of, and I'll read it to you right now. It says, "Hi, your video contains false and defamatory claims about me and my family. You are using our names and images for clicks and profit, which is illegal." Just so everybody knows, and I guess we'll respond to this in pieces, it is in fact not illegal to use the name or images of a public figure or a social media personality online in a video and to engage in commentary or even criticism of their actions. And if you go and watch that video, I didn't really criticize Lil Tay all that much. I do, in fact, believe, and this is my personal opinion, that she is the result of a lot of exploitation. And that's exploitation at the hands of our society. It's exploitation at the hands of men and male validation. It's exploitation possibly at the hands of family members. It seems to be very layered here. And yes, I can speak about that. Let's continue. It says, "You have 24 hours to delete it or face legal action." And what day is it now? We missed that 24-hour window, but I think we're going to be okay. She says, "This includes lawsuits for defamation, misappropriation of likeness, false light, and cyber harassment. If your content leads to harassment or financial harm, you can also face criminal charges. Some states allow up to 1 year in jail for this." I mean, according to those OnlyFans numbers, which was $1 million in 3 hours, I don't think my content is going to be creating any financial harm for Miss Lil Tay, and I don't think I am at risk of having done anything that she is threatening to sue me for. But you guys can check out that video, as I said, and let me know if I defamed or harassed or misappropriated the likeness of Lil Tay. And if I'm going to jail, that's going to be a story. And 1 year later, I'll be back on YouTube to speak to y'all, okay? And lastly, she says, "You are liable for damages of $50,000 or more. This is your only warning." Okay? I don't have $50,000 to give you, Lil Tay, and I won't if you sue me and you win, but I have a feeling you won't. I do have some requests. Can Judge Judy preside? The Honorable Judge Judy. And if not, maybe Judge Joe Brown or Judge Toller. And it's not Miss Toller, it's Judge Toller. Guys, you know, I find this fascinating because the thing I'm not expecting when making videos like this is the person who really we're looking at as, in my opinion, a victim of society and maybe other, you know, forces at play here. I'm not expecting that person to sort of come after me and make an accusation as bold as something like defamation or misappropriation of likeness or cyber harassment, which is in fact really bold. And to Lil Tay, if you do end up watching this, I feel no ill will towards you. In fact, I'm on your side. You don't see it, but I am. And I think this conversation is not about any one person in particular. I'd like to extrapolate the conversations about OnlyFans and these top 1% creators like Lil Tay and Sophie Rain and Bella Thorne to talk about the broader systems at play, the broader cultural forces at play, the men who are engaging with and purchasing this content, the women who are making this content. And maybe we can flip it around and say there are women who are purchasing this content, albeit a little bit at a lesser rate than men are. And there are men making this content too. And I can't think, you know, personally that any of this is going to lead to fulfillment, to prosperity, although it may lead to financial prosperity for some. And I will repeat one of the biggest claims in this video that I want people to hear if this is going to get more views because she's threatening to sue me. Young women, I don't know if OnlyFans and sex work is a career we should jump straight into. And I don't think it's a career that you should jump straight into at the age of 18. I think we have different pursuits, passions, interests, obsessions that we can put all of our energy into before selling our bodies or photos of our bodies or messages or anything like that on the internet. And that was really what's at the heart of this discussion involving Lil Tay. It has nothing to do with Lil Tay. I view Lil Tay as a piece of a puzzle, an unfortunate puzzle, who is being exploited online, in my opinion, whether or not she believes that or not. So yeah, you can threaten to sue me for defamation, which is just what we do. Americans love to sue. America is the land of lawsuits, but I have a feeling this is not a very strong lawsuit, but I mean, whatever. You can try. Defamation seems to be a really hot word right now. This is giving Brigitte Macron, but on a much, much lower level. I don't know. I'm not scared of this in any way, shape, or form. And it's unfortunate that Lil Tay seems to be more upset at me than the men who are willing to purchase her freshly 18 content online. Ooh, that's the kicker. And who knows if this is even Lil Tay messaging me. Could be a manager, a family member, ChatGPT at this point with the society we're living in. I don't know who is behind this, but I will say, when you choose to be a public figure on the internet and engage in social media in any way, shape, or form, and even the way that Lil Tay does, you open yourself up to criticism, discussion, discourse, and that's exactly what's happened in a story that we all knew was going to blow up, and Lil Tay herself knew it was going to blow up. $1 million in 3 hours on OnlyFans is a big story, and the story is not even necessarily about her. So feel free to drop your thoughts in the comments down below, because I too am a public figure who is opening myself up to criticism and discussion by even posting this video.
I don't see anything wrong with that she did or performed, but I did come across this. It doesn't mean anything. I just came across it because it was like running through my head, like wanted to save videos. I mean, it's more of a okay kind of thing, but oopsie, it doesn't bother me per se. Like I said, I just came across this video. I thought it was interesting. Someone's talking about, Candace Owens' husband or, married life and whatnot, marrying a white man. Maybe there was a video in the past speaking of things, but, I think it was from Destiny. Could have been from Destiny, she's been keeping a secret. Okay. We're gonna click on the little short video, and then I'm not subscribed to her. Interesting. Odd. Okay. We're gonna start from here, and then we're gonna go to Destiny. Whatever he has to say.
Say, well, Candace, you're speaking a lot about, the black family. You married a white man. I mean, it's always very interesting to me to hear and basically say that Black Americans and white Americans shouldn't be marrying. I think the greatest thing ever is when people come together on the basis of who they love and get married. You know, for me personally, I never thought of my husband as a race. This is very interesting to me that see people go, she's married to a white man. When I look at my kids, I'm not like, oh, my kids are mixed. I have a mind that is just, you know, just go, 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 go all the time. And it was difficult for me to find a partner that was a challenge to me, you know, the challenge that I needed. People tend to marry their IQ. You know, I fell in love with my husband just because I think he is one of the most brilliant people ever. You know, I love him very much. The stuff that we talk about, I'm like, there is no other person that I could have married. We have 3 beautiful children.
Well, Candace, you're speaking a lot about...
Oh, and then let me click on this little interview, I guess. I mean, like I said, it really doesn't matter, but, you know, I'm clicking.
And sometimes when I see the things that you say, I do think, okay, he doesn't take into account family. It's just Nick. Nick is in his own world, which can be, I think, a quite selfish perspective, which is fine. That's what you're saying. You like being selfish is another way to say what you just said. I like being selfish and I don't want to give of myself to somebody else.
I also think there's something selfless involved, which is to say, I could go and start a family and drag them into a world of mine, which is pretty chaotic. You know, I mean, is this really the kind of a lifestyle? If I'm banned on everything and I can't make a living, I'm banned from banking, I'm banned from credit card processing, I'm getting doxxed, people are showing up to my house trying to kill me, things like that. I also don't appreciate the lecture. You don't know me, you know, so I know you're married, I know you're older than me, but you don't know me, you don't know my life, you don't know my situation. I don't think you're in a position to give me advice, especially as a woman, honestly. I don't think women, you know, this is something in the right wing, we say we're anti-feminist, and then women go around telling men what to do, who are not their husbands. And, you know, I don't really buy into that ideologically, but that's besides the point. You know, my life has been tumultuous from the very beginning. From the time I turned 18, people are coming for my neck and trying to get me, and I was kicked out of college. And then, you know, once you're branded as an anti-Semite, before it became cool or popular, can't get a job, can't make a living, get banned from PayPal, all this kind of stuff. You know, that's a very difficult environment to try to have a dating life. What do? I go out on Tinder, I go to a bar, and I say, hey, I'm a neo-Nazi Nick Fuentes that the ADL is writing articles about every day. I'm going to start a dating profile on Tinder. People are going to screenshot that, mess with me in all kinds of ways. It's a very difficult predicament, actually, for me, because I took on basically a huge sacrifice at the beginning. And I don't know that you really appreciate that enough. I think that you're somebody who, you know, you had a career in politics for as long as I was fighting a battle. You were at Daily Wire with a contract. You're at Turning Point. You're making good money. You're doing book deals. You're part of this thing that I'm criticizing and paying a very heavy price for at a time when no one's saying those things, when it's very unpopular. And it's not to say that I'm a victim, you know, because I did it willingly and I love it and I would do it again. But it is to say that, you know, you and I have lived very different lives. You know, it's easy, I think, for you to say you had your husband, have your kids, you got your ducks in a row, made quite a bit of money, then you discovered the truth, and then you went out on a limb. And it's not to say you didn't make sacrifices and it wasn't a risk, and it paid off. You're doing great now, and I congratulate you. But with me, there was no calculation. I mean, I almost want to say I was 17. What's your excuse? I was 17 and I woke up and I went balls to the wall, bucket of ice cold water, as you say. I made a lot of enemies, and maybe that wasn't wise, you know, but I told the truth and I took on extremely heavy cost for my personal life. It basically has made it so that I can't have a personal life. I don't even have many friends. It's a little more complicated, I think, than maybe you understand.
Is this on loop? And for some reason, he took it there. Okay, race mixing, sure, why not? Let's take it there.
At the end of the day, elephant in the room is...
All right, and we got, this is 1 month ago, so a month ago, basically. And we're going to continue.
You're a black woman in a mixed marriage, so obviously you have different beliefs on this.
If we don't, I listen, I'm never going to obviously adopt your beliefs on it. I just think it's patently wrong.
But you understand why I would want to have grandchildren that are white?
I don't have an issue with you saying you want your kids to look like you.
But do you understand why I would?
I don't. Listen to how Candace navigates this conversation.
I don't have an issue with you saying you're really wrong.
But you understand why I would?
Nick, spar over race mixing. The idea of 2 or 3 generations down the line, one of my children bears no relevance to me at all. It's almost as if we're not related. It's almost as if I never existed. Okay, continue.
Would want to have grandchildren that are white.
I don't have an issue with you saying you want your kids to
But
look
do you
like
understand why I would?
I don't listen to how Candace navigates this conversation. God, it reminds me of Norm Finkelstein a little bit. It must be intentional. I'm guessing it has to be intentional because I think, as much as I hate to say it, I think Candace is probably decently above average intelligence. Like, she's a smart person, so she can't be this stupid. So I think it's a show. But so what is the question Nick asks is, do you understand why I would want to have kids that look like me, right? Personally, I don't give a fuck, and I think it's cringe. But, like, I can understand that, and I can articulate that, right? People feel like they have a connection to their family members, both past and future. They want them to look similar. It's nice to look at a picture and go, oh my God, that's my dad, or you look just like my granddad. And especially people that think race is such an important feature of a person probably want to feel like they have more in common with their ancestors and then with their future
grandchildren that are white.
I don't have an issue with you saying you want your kids to
But
look
do you
like
understand why I would believe that or feel that way?
No, but
so she says initially, like, she's like, I'm not offended, or you can say that or something. What
I think it's patently
she
wrong.
says, hold on.
But do you understand why I would want to have grandchildren that are white?
I don't have an issue with you saying
She said, I don't have an issue with it. That's not what he's asking, though, right? Do you not understand English, or what? Why? That's not the response. That's not even responsive to what he's saying.
Bitch, you can't be talking. You don't be answering questions straightforward, whether it's a yes or a fucking no. I don't want to hear shit from you, sir. You don't make sense. And moving forward, I'm gonna click it. Play.
Kids
But do you understand why I would believe that or feel that way?
Because you feel entitled to your opinion, and that is your thought. And you feel like it's a disgrace or it's disgusting to have whatever your mindset is. Like, whatever your mindset is that it's not very open. Let's leave it as that. So we're going to keep wishing.
Why?
No, because I'm not white.
Like, imagine, like, I'm 5'8", and imagine I say, oh, I hope that my son is the same height as me. I hope he's 5'8" as well. And Candace is like, oh, I don't know about that at all. It's like, you can't sympathize at all with that or empathize at all then? She's like, no, I'm not 5'8". Like, what?
What do you want her to say? But I'm going to leave it alone.
What is that response?
I don't understand.
What about your grandchildren being black, for that matter, then?
Well, I'm mixed race, so that may just feel like they...
Like, bruh. Wait, where is it?
Bruh. Each kid comes out looking different. It's kind of incredible. So I think that when you actually have children, you realize, like, it's incredible how, like, my daughter is a little bit darker, but she looks like my husband. And then, like, my son's whiter, but he looks just like me. And I think that's kind of one of the exciting parts of being in a mixed race relationship. I'm always like, oh, I wonder what this kid's going to come out looking like. If you're saying that generations down, like 3 generations down, it'd be possible that you could just have all black kids or something. Would that bother you? You'd probably be dead. When that happens, you'd probably be dead.
I'm alive
But-
now, and
now I haven't heard Candace Owens' other arguments. I can't recall any with specificity because I can only watch Candace Owens for so much time, like per year, without.
I can only watch you for maybe 2 minutes. Oh, look. It's 3. That's a new record. But anyway, let's continue.
Like actual radioactive destruction of my body because she's so disgusting. But like.
And you're not?
That's a very materialist, atheist, borderline hedonistic, living in the moment kind of argument.
What? Anyway, I'm going to continue.
Of, why would I give a fuck about what my future generations look like? I'm going to be dead. Doesn't make a difference to me. That's some shit I would say. That's very surprising to hear from her. Maybe she always has had that position. I would be surprised if she did, but I haven't heard enough of the other shit to know.
That happens, you'd probably be dead.
I'm alive
But-
now, and I
No, what I'm saying is that, like, by the time you could breed it out, so to speak, you'd be dead. So I'm just answering your question. Like, it doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah.
No, obviously not.
I'm saying, but do you understand why I would feel that way?
If I understood it, I wouldn't be in a mixed race relationship. I don't.
Like, how stupid. So, like, it's literally the quote. It's so, and this is supposed to be a mean quote. Like, everyone should obviously know this. I don't know who said it. I don't give a fuck if it was Aristotle or not. But it is the mark of an educated mind to entertain a thought without accepting it. Right? You should be able to understand why somebody thinks something without necessarily agreeing with it or embracing the view as your own. What is this like? Well, since I don't do it, I can't possibly understand it.
If I understood it, I wouldn't be in a mixed race relationship. I don't understand
But
it,
you
but
have
I
no
accept
empathy
it.
then for like.
No.
You can't step outside of your situation.
I mean, no, I'm not. I don't need to have. How would I have empathy for it? I mean, I don't feel that way.
Okay.
So it's just something that we disagree on.
Well,
Nick was technically, he's looking for the word sympathy, not empathy, but it doesn't matter. She should know what he means. But this is just such a stupid conversation. Like, you can't consider, like, why are you talking to this person at all? Like, every single thing he says is going to come from the perspective of a white man that you're never going to be able to understand or relate to because you're not a white man. Like,
I'm saying that because I actually can understand the appeal of a mixed race relationship. I get it. I mean,
do you?
I find other races attractive also. And, if I was in love with a person from another race, I would probably want...
1 second, guys. Hold on. We're going to put you guys on break. Hello? Oh, you're finished. Oh. Wait, so, what's the next step, I guess? Did her training. I mean, she already did her stuff. Alright, guys, I'm gonna be right back, and I gotta do something real quick. So, that's it. sorry about the huge weight I had to handle. A situation, nothing too big or too major, but we're gonna go right back. All right.
To build a life with them also, but my values are not just who I'm in love with and things like that. It's also my heritage, my identity, my race, and I like the idea. It is important to me. My parents look a certain way, their parents look a certain way. We come from a certain place. I like the unbroken chain, and I want my grandchildren and great-grandchildren to have a similar complexion. I want them to have similar hair. Because these kinds of things, they echo. We're all connected, not just in time horizontally, but vertically across the generations. And so the idea that, 2 or 3 generations down the line, one of my children bears no resemblance to me at all, it's almost as if we're not related. It's almost as if I never existed. And there's something very disturbing to me about that. And I can understand why people are...
So basically, I mean that's your preference, so yeah.
Okay with that, because people have various feelings about race. They say I don't care about my race or whatever, but I do.
Okay, I don't know. I hate Candace. I can't watch her at all. Jesus.
Okay, I think that's everything, but we're gonna move on to
Shout out to brother Officer Tatum. Now I hate to do this to him. I hate to make this video, but Officer.
Yeah, I'm pause right here. We already did the. All right, what's happening in DC? Those who don't know, I'm gonna tell you a little inside that Mr. Orange Man, the Trump man, he sent National Guard to DC to, how you said, decrime things, and to solve. Okay, let me put it in this manner. He sent National Guard to DC to handle crime. All right, moving forward.
What the hell is going on in DC? Now, because of the rampant crime in Washington, DC, Trump has deployed the National Guard to the area, saying that he wants to, quote, rescue the nation's capital from crime. Now, many are pushing back on him, saying that he's authoritarian, that he's creating a police state, while others are saying he's doing what's necessary to help not only Washington, DC, but all of its citizens survive this crime rampage that's taking place in the city. So, let's talk about it. Yeah, you better. Reside in Washington, D.C. And I'm saying that at D.C. on a few occasions, and I can't say it felt like the safest place, and I'm saying that as a girl who's currently living in Los Angeles, and we know what Los Angeles looks like on a typical day. I can tell you my car in Los Angeles has been broken into not once, but twice, okay? And twice is far too many. Once is too many, okay? So I know a little bit about living in a city that is running rampant with crime. Now I'm going to get you into a news clip that talks about Trump and this decision to deploy the National Guard to Washington, D.C., and then we'll talk a little bit more about the issue.
President Trump earlier saying he's deploying the National Guard to the nation's capital and placing police under federal control now. Let's bring in D.C. Police Union Chairman Gregory Pemberton. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. So from your view, is this necessary?
Well, look, we completely agree with the president that crime in the District of Columbia is out of control and something needs to be done with it. We have to go back to how we got here, though. In 2020, the D.C. City Council passed an enormous amount of legislation that handcuffs police officers, exposes them to administrative, civil, and even criminal liability, even when they do their jobs properly. And now, 5 years later, our authorized sworn strength is 4,000 sworn police officers. We currently have 3,180. So we have more than 800 vacancies for the position of police officer. And the way the department makes up for that gap is through 2 million hours of mandatory overtime every year. So the fact that we need help from federal law enforcement and maybe even the National Guard, it shouldn't come as a surprise. And we agree with that. I think one of the issues here, though, is that we all know that's going to be temporary. So in order to fix this problem and make sure that it doesn't ebb and flow and that the feds come in and we lower crime and then they leave and we're left holding the bag, It's very important that people know that there is underlying legislation that needs to be corrected so that we can actually properly staff this police department in order to properly police the city.
I don't know, sounds reasonable to me. Now, I can understand people being a little bit apprehensive about the federal government getting involved in their community, especially on the basis of law enforcement, but it seems like it's necessary. When your city is looking like Gotham City,
Gotham is yours. None shall interfere. Do as you please.
I bet you should be thanking the National Guard for showing up and trying to take care of the criminals in the area. And there's an extensive problem in Washington, D.C., just like there is in my city of L.A. There's tons of carjackings, breaking and entering, looting, robbing, murders. The small city of D.C. has already dealt with over 100 homicides in just...
You're so... Like, I've been to D.C. myself. Like, I used to live in Alexandria, and it was just so much trash. Like, I feel like there should have been, like, a crew to, like, clean up all these different messes. And, I feel like that's enough said. I feel like, you know, they should clean that mess up, like, everywhere. But I'm very curious, like, you know, all that, you know, being said, like, you know, what will it look like down the line?
This year alone. So if Trump says, hey, we need to get this situation handled and use the National Guard to do so, maybe we should go forward with that, especially when you're listening to those numbers about the police force, how low they are in actual officers and how overworked these individuals are. And again, we have these same problems going on in LA. If you talk to local law enforcement, they're almost handcuffed in doing their own job. It's very difficult to do their job even when they're doing it well, and most of them are. So you're looking at officers who are overworked, and when they are working, they're having to jump through hoops just to do normal aspects of their job. And I can't imagine that is not deeply impacting a place like Washington, D.C. Now, despite this reality, Democrats have been saying that crime is actually going down in the area, so they don't understand why the National Guard has been deployed. But let's watch a news clip where we have a local resident ask whether or not she believes crime has gone down in her area.
You hear from city leaders and others that crime is actually down. Are you seeing that?
No, I'm not seeing it. We're seeing carjackings, the violence in the communities. So we were advocating then for the National Guard to come out, but they said there was no need. But think about how many lives could have been saved just having them on the scene.
And she's not the only resident that feels this way. You can hear from many living in Washington, D.C. and cities alike that crime is on the rise, and we're feeling it in our very own backyards. And if we need the National Guard to come in and fix this, we need the National Guard to come in and fix this. But in case you need more stats, here's more. D.C. has one of the highest murder rates in the world right now, okay? And one of the police chiefs who was responsible for circulating this myth that crime was going down was actually fired. So there you go. But of course, this leads me to another discussion about the current police chief in Washington, D.C. Now, this individual, this woman, was prior the chief diversity officer. Gotta love that. Actually, let me get the title right because I don't want to mistitle this individual. She was the chief equity officer, which means she was in charge of, quote, the department's efforts on diversity, equity, and inclusion. Now, you guys know how I feel about DEI, okay? It's a failed practice. It is not helpful towards any of our institutions, let alone law enforcement. And you could say, Amala, just because she was the chief equity officer doesn't mean that she's not going to be good as the DC police chief. She could just really be stepping up right now, you know, stepping into her element, really getting them organized in maybe a chain of command. We'll watch this clip.
That's what the chain of command is now?
What does that mean?
Well, is it Pam Bondi speaking to the mayor, speaking to you, or how does this work?
So the executive order is clear. The president has requested NPD services, and our home rule charter outlines the process. The president designated Attorney General Bondi as his proxy to request services through me.
Okay, so there you have it. Chain of command. What does that mean? And I don't know, this could be a one-off, it could be a fluke, but it does seem pretty essential to your job to understand what a chain of command is. So I don't know, when I'm looking at this Washington, D.C. story, it seems pretty plain and simple to me that it probably is necessary for the National Guard to be deployed to this city in order to inject a little bit of law and order to the goings-ons on a daily basis for Washington, D.C. And not only is it probably necessary there, but there are other metropolitan areas that I'm looking at, including the one that I'm living in, where I'm thinking somebody needs to get up in here and reconfigure things. And if you don't want that to happen on a federal level, then make sure that that is happening on a local level. And instead, what we're having is these soft on crime politicians being ushered into leadership, and they're making the lives of regular citizens living hell. They're leaving us to carry the burden of whatever the criminals around us want to do. I'm reminded in California, they had these soft on crime policies about shoplifting, where they essentially said if you shoplift under $950, you can do so, and it's no longer going to be seen as a felony. You can basically just get away with shoplifting now. And what did that lead to? A whole bunch of looting, a whole bunch of people being robbed, and it basically tells criminals in the city, you're okay, do whatever you want to do, because leadership here does not give a about the people who live here. And how many victim stories do you need to hear before something is done about this? I'll give you a few stories in this video just to substantiate the claim that this is probably necessary. An ABC News anchor revealed that she was jumped by a
assault on a former Doge staffer. Nazia Israel says for her, it brings mixed emotions.
It comes at their front door, and you want to do something about it.
2 years ago, her brother Reggie was brutally beaten to death on Georgia Avenue by 5 girls, ages 12 to 15. Reggie was battling cancer and weighed just 110 pounds. Social media messages by the girls revealed during the trial for Brown's murder said they did it because they were bored.
Do you need to hear more? And many of the families of these victims who have lost their lives, many of the victims who fortunately did not lose their lives, are coming forward and asking the question, why has this not happened sooner? And making the statement as this one made of why did it have to come to your backyard in order for you to recognize it? And that's a totally understandable question to ask. When you are dealing with this on a day-to-day basis in your community, you are seeing your community rot right in front of you. You are witnessing victim after victim pop up because criminals are able to run rampant through your city. It does become a question of when are we going to get help, and when we do get help, why did we not get it sooner? And we've seen this happen time and time again in the metropolitan areas of the United States. And why? Just ask yourself why. I mean, I have a few theories. Many of these areas are often run by Democrat politicians who are running soft on crime policies, who are pushing ideas of restorative justice, which essentially means we don't want to put people in prison or in jail. We want to start giving people zero bail because we're scared about their socioeconomic status. And instead of caring about crime and the victims of those crimes, they care more about the criminals. And then when somebody comes in and implements something that is hopefully going to change the state of things, is going to bring down crime and save citizens' lives, they push back on these individuals. Now, I'm going to show you a crazy TikTok response to cops and federal officers showing up in D.C. to take care of this law and order issue. Let's watch.
Black people in D.C., get your and take care of them police officers like they should have been taken care of 50 years ago.
Okay, you're making a great claim not to have the National Guard in D.C. What the hell are you talking about? And it's not like the National Guard is going there to specifically target black people. They are going there to target criminals. And why would you not want that for the area that you're living in? Even beyond that, why would you want police officers to be attacked? It is this sort of mentality towards policing, these sort of ideas about Black Lives Matter and restorative justice that lead to the issues that Washington, D.C. is experiencing in the first place. And while that's just one crazy person on TikTok, let's turn to some of our media figures, let's say at MSNBC, to see how they're responding to this Washington, D.C. takeover.
I think it's really important to be clear about what is going on here, and a relatively small crime problem is being used for specific authoritarian purposes that we know and understand. So let's be clear about D.C. does have one really big crime problem, which was the January 6th insurrection incited by the current President of the United States, and his first act in coming back was pardoning all the people who tried to overturn constitutional republic order in Washington, D.C. When I go to D.C., I'm not afraid of losing my wallet so much as I'm afraid of losing my vote. I'm not afraid of losing my wallet so much as I'm afraid that my children's freedom to breathe will be stolen in a world where Climate change policy is non-existent. I'm afraid that the future of middle-class people will be stolen by the very things you were talking about, cutting the safety net, cutting Medicaid, cutting rural hospitals.
Right.
So there is
And of course,
Yeah. Okay. That's what you're afraid of. And maybe this MSNBC host has like a very cushy life. Maybe he feels secure. I'm sure the MSNBC building has security of some sort. So maybe he's not afraid of losing his wallet or being carjacked or having any sort of crime befall him. But guarantee the people who are living in Washington, D.C. are dealing with these issues every single day, not just on January 6th. And if we want to bring up January 6th, don't make me get into the BLM riots. I could go on and on about this. But instead of addressing the true issue, which has not brought the National Guard into DC for no reason, he decides to skirt the issue and to talk about something else. He's scared of losing his vote and not his wallet. Well, congratulations to him. He's leading a more safe and secure life than many of those who are living in DC. And if you are a citizen of DC who's been a victim of a crime, a family member of somebody who's been a victim of crime, or somebody who's probably going to experience it in the future, just know that this host at MSNBC doesn't care. And if you call now, we get another clip from MSNBC. Let's watch.
You don't think more police make streets safer?
No, Joe, I'm a black woman in America. I do not always think that more police make streets safer. When you walk down the streets of Georgetown, you don't see a police officer on every corner, but you don't feel unsafe. So what is it about talking about places like Southeast DC, right? Ward 8, if you will, that people say, well, we need more officers to make us safe. I think we have to rethink what safety means in America.
I'm going to go out on a strong limb here and say that the reason that people talk about these two areas differently is because they experience these two areas differently. And probably one area has a far bigger problem with crime and criminals than the other. Plain and simple. It's really as simple as that. And I have a feeling that she, as a black woman in America, is not going to have that much trouble with police unless she creates trouble with police officers. I'm so sick of this narrative that because of somebody's skin color, there should not be more police in their area. Oftentimes people who are black and brown are living in the areas that need police the most. They are living in areas that deal with the most crime. And for you to use your identity as some sort of reason to not have that is absolutely ridiculous. Especially considering she's an affluent black woman who's sitting on MSNBC. Now, when it comes to the situation with Washington, D.C. and the National Guard, it seems as though it's going to be a temporary situation. If that at all changes, I guess we'll get back to it and talk about it again. But you know what's going to happen in this temporary situation? We're going to see a change in numbers. Either the crime is going to go up, it's going to stay the same, or it's going to go down. And then we'll have something to look at when it comes to the effectiveness of this practice. But we can see that the practice didn't just pop up out of nowhere. The city has been dealing with a rampant crime issue. Citizens have been screaming from the rooftops, wanting somebody to do something about this, wanting a little bit of law and order in their backyards, and now they're getting it. And hopefully it is for the betterment of Washington, D.C. And if it's not, you go back to the drawing board. Now I can see, again, as I said at the top of this video, the apprehension about having the federal government get involved in your city, especially when it comes to law enforcement. But if it brings down crime and it is on a temporary basis, who's complaining and why? It seems the only people who are complaining on the basis of identity and on the basis of Orange Man bad. So I guess we're going to wait and see what the numbers look like in Washington, D.C. when it comes to the crime rates after this National Guard deployment. And that's all I have to say about this. From one person in a crime-ridden area to another, I hope it goes down. Guys, leave your thoughts in the comments down below. I would love to hear from you guys. If you disagree with anything I said in this video, do get up and do so respectfully. I encourage healthy debate on this channel. And if you like this video, like, subscribe, click the notification bell to be notified every single time I post a video for you guys, which is every day. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye, guys.
Welcome back to New Rockstars. I'm Eric Voss, and this is a complete breakdown and recap of Peacemaker Season 1, a season actually set fully in the unfolding DC universe. We really need a proper episode-by-episode breakdown of everything that you missed and everything that you need to know from the first season back in 2022, and how it all connects to the DC universe now that the Superman film has come out, and everything James Gunn is doing to use Peacemaker to build out the world of the DCU. So consider this your one-stop shop for everything you need to know going into Peacemaker Season 2. Peacemaker Season 1 was really a spin-off from James Gunn's 2021 film The Suicide Squad, which introduced Peacemaker Chris Smith, John Cena, serving a 4-year stint in Belle Reve and getting recruited by Amanda Waller's Task Force X on a mission to stop Project Starfish on Corto Maltese, with most of that Suicide Squad team dying in the process. And we learned that Project Starfish was actually funded by the American government in a corrupt deal with the Corto Maltese government. Peacemaker kills Rick Flag Jr. and ends up getting shot in the neck by Bloodsport and has a building collapsed upon him but ends up surviving. Now in the comics, Christopher Smith first showed up in Charlton Comics Fightin' 5, number 40 in 1966, and the character was later acquired by DC in the mid-80s. In the Silver Age comics, Peacemaker preferred non-lethal weapons, but post-crisis, the guy began using guns, and James Gunn called him, quote, the world's biggest...
I was like, yeah. Whoa. And then, I'm gonna be right back, guys. So, I just passed out, and that means I am tired. Very tired, so I'll be right back, guys. Pivot into a different one. We're gonna get into the race thing. So we're gonna get into this and get it started.
Officer Tatum is a boot-licking moron, apparently.
Next, Tatum thinks that the officers used a proportionate amount of force for the situation because he's a boot-licking moron.
If you don't know what you're talking about, don't make a video about Brandon Tatum. That's it. Put your biases aside, put your anti-police rhetoric aside, do some research before you decide to make a video calling me a bootlicker and all kind of other stuff when you have no idea what you're talking about according to the law. You have no idea what you're talking about according to police interactions. You have no idea what you're talking about according to what you claimed that I said and the positions that you said I took and didn't take.
All right, guys, we are heating up. We are talking today about two heavyweights going at it. We have the Officer Tatum. Y'all know him, a huge Goliath in the space. He has over 3 million subscribers, a big dog. But then you have another YouTuber, a man named Lackluster. He also has over 1 million subscribers. Lackluster has called Officer Tatum out over this whole JSO officer viral video. Lackluster
Yeah, got a new show for y'all. Got a damn good show. Before we get to today's video, don't forget about our new giveaway. 4-2, you bound to stack yourself. He's with the public. And I've been watching him for a while. Actual, he doesn't brutality. This whole city, but we all have our biases. Right. The left sees this incident a certain way. The right sees it a certain way. Personally, I think it was a bad stop. I think that the force was excessive, and I think what those cops did was wrong that day. Yeah, but I'm never gonna excuse whenever you get put over the cops. Yeah, if you disagree with the cops, just comply. Yeah, and then you have your day in court. Right. Exactly. That's the way I approach it. Yeah. All right, so let's get into this.
Buster calls Officer Tatum a moron, calls him a bootlicker. Now Officer Tatum has responded back. What I am going to do is review this video, and I'm going to look at one thing specifically. I'll be honest with you, they talk about a lot of different issues, and if I tried to cover them all, I'd be here all day. So I'm only going to cover one. Maybe in future videos, I'll pick up some more issues and I'll decide who is right and wrong. Again, I am the lead attorney, practiced law down here in Atlanta over 20 years. I've handled countless criminal cases, so I've got a perspective on this. Now, Lackluster and Officer Tatum are arguing back and forth about numerous issues, but I'm only going to pick up one today. Today, we are only going to talk about the rain issue. Was the officer correct in pulling over the driver because he didn't have his headlights on?
Is there a reason that you pulled me over? Yeah, absolutely there's a reason why I'm pulling you over. For one thing, inclement weather, you don't have your lights on.
Now, it needs to be said that the officer had a couple of more reasons why he pulled the driver over, but we are just going to focus on the headlight issue and the rain issue. Was
the cop stopped him for the rain issue? Yeah, he said you don't have your headlamps on during inclement weather. I don't see any inclement weather. Yeah. He says you don't have your headlamps on during inclement weather. I do not see inclement weather. So the cop pretty much put his foot in his mouth already. Yeah. They also found out that he had a suspended license. Yeah. And his registration was expired. But that was only learned after they investigated and after they did the stop. So they'll stop him for no headlamps. Yeah, but they stopped him for no headlamps. So if he followed the law appropriately, the cop, then the stop is good. But if he did something wrong and he didn't stop that dude rightfully, then the stop is bad, and everything you learn from that traffic stop is what you call it? I forget the legal term, but everything's thrown out. Everything's thrown out. But the cop said you don't have your headlamps on during inclement weather. I don't see any inclement weather. Yeah, but this attorney's going to break it down from the law standpoint. Not any biases, Republican or Democrat. From the
headlights on because of the rain. Officer Tatum and Lackluster can't agree on this point, and I'll be honest with you, a lot of you can't agree either. I did a video on this recently, and I got so many comments about the dang rain. I mean, just look at what you guys are sending me 44 minutes ago. Am I the only one that sees raindrops all over the dude's car? 55 minutes ago, I see raindrops. If it wasn't raining, why are there raindrops? Dude, it was clearly raining. Come on, Lee, there were raindrops everywhere. It's rain. It's 100% raining. The beautiful Ricky says, Lee, I usually agree with you, but you can see the raindrops. Guys, I tell you, I got hundreds and hundreds of comments. There's literally rain on the car. Everybody's talking about this rain. So who is right, Lackluster or Officer Tatum, the bootlicker? By the end of this video, you will...
Okay, I think I've seen enough. We're gonna move forward. Why black people are the most racist people in America, I disagree, but I'm gonna leave it alone. Is there a biased opinion about that? I can see that. Is there a idea that people are talking about it? We're just gonna hop in there.
No blacks, no Jews.
Not this one. This one.
I am racist.
Are you serious? Or
100%. Black people are really racist.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
White people have made it where it's so easy to be racist. White people has put that foundation down.
Black people are the most racist people in American history, at least in this dispensation of time. Make sure that you...
Okay, he said in this dispensational time. I disagree, but I'm going to continue moving.
40% off is insane. I don't know why a stripper But I did a street interview with these black girls. And I've been saying this forever, but I'm going to let y'all hear somebody else say it.
I mean, that's fine. That's just one video. This is just one video. One video. So, I'm going to let it be and continue.
And then therefore y'all can't say Brandon Tatum is an Uncle Tom Coon sellout. I've been saying this forever. Black people, a lot of black people, I'm not saying all, feel exactly like this woman feel. How do you know, Brandon? I grew up feeling like her. And I know every black person in my community feel to some degree like her. And this is why I say black people are the most racist people in American history. At least in this dispensation of time.
I'm going to stop it.
Some people can just...
I'm going to stop it and put my feet back in because I do research. I do random history check just because I don't know that, and I'm very curious about any kind. So let's keep moving.
Justified if they want to or not, but I think that we need to address it because the fact that we say only white people can be racist, it opens up the opportunity for black people to be even more aggressive and outrageously racist in this country, causing division that we don't need. But I'm not isolating just black people. It's a lot of people that are stupid and racist. But I'm telling you, this is the underbelly that people don't want to talk about in the black community. And she said it out her own mouth. Roll the clip.
I am racist.
Are you serious? Or
100%.
So you just don't like white people as a whole?
No, I don't. I grew up in the South. I live in North Carolina. And it's just like the worst thing to be, really.
Isn't it? Should we be judging people based on the content of their character and not the color of their skin?
No, you need the color of skin is very important.
It is important.
Yeah.
Okay, so the reason why I'm talking to you about this, you guys, really quick.
I'm gonna stop right there. Let me go back. Skin is very important. Unfortunately, if we're talking about in reality, yes. Unfortunately, yes. Don't believe me? Not so long ago, the president believes that all illegal immigrants, all were criminals and should go back. And if that's the case, then all people that are white should go back to their country. Because if that's the case, where's their green card? Where's my green card? I rest my case. I don't need to go any further. It's not really at land, but I mean, it's not that hard. But skin is very important. Skin tone is very important. People who don't believe that they need to read a book. They need to look at society and need to think like skin tone, it's important. It's important. Don't know why people wanna. I'm just gonna play.
It is important.
Yeah.
Okay, so the reason why I'm talking to you about this, you guys, really quick. By the way, do you agree with her?
Yes, she does. I have a black son. I don't want my son coming home with no white woman. At all. He know better.
Do you tell him that?
Yes.
How old's your son?
21.
Oh. And he's not allowed to date?
He could date who he want, but they can't come in my house. And I'm not going to have no parts of it. I don't want no mixed babies. I want a black...
Okay. I like the idea of he can date whoever he wants, but like, what if he does have a mixed baby? Come on. Let's be realistic. Come on. If he has a mixed baby, what then? Anyway.
Baby, grandchild, that's what I want. Yeah. But other people could do whatever they want to do.
Really quick, do you mind if I... one more question. The reason why I'm asking this question is because there's a recent poll that was released, and it asked that question. Do you agree or disagree with that statement? It is okay to be white? Only 53% of black Americans said yes to that poll. Does that surprise you or no?
No. Black people are really racist.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
You seem to disagree with her.
I feel like it's not okay to be racist.
It is okay to be racist.
But white people have made it where it's so easy to be racist. White people has put that foundation down, and it's just normal.
Are you scared of me?
Now, some people would like to say, Brandon, you being extra, but I grew up like this. And I'm not saying my parents were the ones that taught me. My parents taught me to treat everybody fair through peer pressure, society, movies, culture. I thought the same thing. I ain't never been bring a white girl home to my house. Are you crazy? Like, I went to a school that was all black. One guy dated a white girl that went to our school, that didn't go to our school, but he dated a white girl at another school, and he killed himself. And there could be a multitude of reasons, but I think a lot of it was bullying. You can't bring it, what? If you try to be articulate and speak proper English, you get bullied when I was growing up because you're trying to be white. You wear your
Okay, I guess.
pants around your waist and you ain't sagging your pants, you trying to be white. And you get bullied.
I suppose. I mean, I didn't really get bullied because of that, but I mean, like, oh well.
And harassed. And it don't feel good as a young black man in a community like that. And black people that are not around white people feel like white people are racist. And they hate them and they hate them. You know what I mean? And it wasn't until I went to college that
I don't hate white people. I just don't like the bad apples. I would say that's fair.
started realizing, well, wait a minute. I don't think white people tripping like we think they are. And that changed and then I got saved, and then it really devolved from there. But it says the survey asked Americans about their views on race relations and other racial groups. Peer review shows that 56% of white adults said race relations in the United States were bad. 75% of black adults said the same. You go down here I'll skip over the crime statistics.
Hold on. Let me do something real quick. We're going to put this right up. And we're back. Sorry about that. I had to readjust things. Anyway, back to the show.
Talk about this all the time. Perception of discrimination. A Pew study, I said peer review, a Pew study 2019 said 84% of black Americans say black people face discrimination. And this is where the conundrum happens. And I gotta...
Why is it a conundrum? Why can't you take it as... it is a thing. It has been not looked over easy, and that it's a reality that is still happening, as a prime example of what I'm about to show next.
I'll finish this real quick. This is where the conundrum happens. The reason that black people report this so much so is because their mindset is that white people are evil, and that everything white people do, not every black person, but everything that white people do is viewed in a negative light. So when you already don't like white people, if somehow you go to a restaurant and you don't get service well, you think it's because the white person hates you. When you get pulled over by a cop because you hate white people, you think the worst of them. When a cop pull you over, just the mere pulling over of, you know, you getting pulled over, you think it's a nefarious thing.
Or because, I mean, you might have a point, but, you know, never say, you know, can't be, you know, safe and sorry to think that. But can you blame that part, that kind of perspective throughout history? Police brutality, police harassment, you know, like, against black people mainly? I mean, like, come on now. Let's make sense out of it. You're trying to tell me that doesn't happen mainly to black people? I'm not saying it doesn't happen to any other race, but I mean, like, come on. Let's be for real. You don't think it's like a rational fear that if you get pulled over or anything like that, well, I feel like you're gonna do fine because you are an ex-cop. So, anyway, continue.
That's the underlying racism that black people are exuding to the world that people are trying to ignore. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Just one of the examples of proving my point.
Racism is still today. I don't know why you're trying to make it seem like it's not of a big deal, but it is.
Continue. I should write a whole book about it. And I think it's a problem that people need to call out. But anyway, I got to get up off here. I love you guys. And make sure you...
I know. Anyway. Moving on. A little 15-minute, and then we're almost done, and then we could move to somewhere else. Because I accidentally dozed off, and seals could... Interesting. Oh, fuck. CNN tries to cut the feed after historics. Choose bomb. Okay, interesting. I'm gonna get into like story time and reading books, and then like write what's effective for me, and then whoa, you see what I'm seeing, guys? 11 days ago. Hold the phone up. I think things are gonna get way more juicier than I think it is. Oh my god. If life doesn't hit you with lemonade, squeeze you with racism, I guess. You know. It doesn't make any sense, but hey, I know what video we're gonna be watching, guys. Oh yeah, we're gonna get up in there. We're gonna get up in there. All right, next one.
It's a shame. I really do.
Whoops, oopsie, wrong one.
No blacks, no Jews, no gays. High up in the Ozark Hills.
So does like Asian people count? I'm gonna leave it alone.
In the state of Arkansas, dozens of people have been working hard, building houses and a new type of community. It's called Return to the Land, and it is a town open to white people only. They are millennials and Gen Z, and this is a new update of age-old prejudice.
40 people want to buy a plot of land and go live away from y'all. And they're already saying they racist. And you mad that
they already saying they're racist. I didn't know that information. All I heard was that that they did this, and because, well, anyway, I'm gonna leave it alone.
They don't want to live around you. You should be saying, go on. All y'all knuckleheads that is too stupid and you racist and you hate colors, people's color, skin color, that I hope, how can we help y'all move off the grid? This video is brought to you by Synergy Life, bro.
I'm glad he's acknowledging there's racist
people.
people.
All people meaning that you put.
I'm glad
just
he's
25%.
There's racist people. Anyway,
An idiot if you do this, right? This is what bothers me. Well, first of all, you're an idiot if you do this, right? They're idiots, but being an idiot ain't illegal. No. Now, if you're actively discriminating against people, meaning that you're harming people, then that's illegal. But just because you just want to live around white people, that's your priority. I don't want to live around you. So I'm kind of glad y'all do live. All you racist people live in one area. Then we don't have to live around y'all. These people are idiots.
I feel like there should be like a state, like a particular state that keeps all the races there. Like just all of them there. All of them there. So no one doesn't have to deal with that. If you're racist, you go to the, you're going there. Or Snake Island. Doesn't matter.
It's to me. But do they have a right to do this? Well, who's offended? I'm not offended. I don't even want to live around people like this. I hope they all live in pockets by themselves. But if you are black and offended, then just keep that same energy when it has a black-only graduation.
I'm going to let them talk.
Black-only businesses. Black-only benefits. Black-only banks. Historical black universities and colleges. And I'm not saying that there are only black people can go to those colleges, but come on now. When you only want to marry black people, and you only want black people this and black people that, and I'm going to support black businesses. When you doing all that, then you can't get mad when white people do it. If you white.
So, I want to ask him a question. Like, would you agree if there was a restaurant only for white people? Would you agree with that? I'm just asking. I want to ask. Like, you know, like, did we not go through like segregation before? Well, not me, but didn't people have to go through segregation? Like, didn't the human race have to go through a era? I'm not even talking about now. I'm not talking about me. I'm not talking about, like, you know, people who went through that. Like, do you want things to go? I mean, like, do you, like, let's be honest. Do you want things to go backwards? Everything's being separated. All the, you know, outrage, these, you know, terrorist group, as I say, the Ku Klux Klan. I mean, like, do you, like, the Proud Boys, I mean, you know, whatever. Like, do you, is that what you want? But I'm going to continue.
Right. And you want to say, I'm only supporting white-owned businesses. Black people, y'all can't get mad at that if you are supporting black-owned businesses. Or black-owned businesses, whatever the case may be, can't get mad at white folks.
State of Arkansas, Dozens of people have been working hard, building houses and a new type of community. It's called Return to the Land, and it is a town open to white people only. They are millennials and Gen Z, and this is a new update of age-old prejudice.
What we've done here is
nobody cares.
Establish a place where we have control over who our neighbors are, and that is just for the sake of preserving, our culture.
And that culture, effectively, we're saying this is a white culture, a whites-only place.
White American culture.
But what this sounds like is bringing back segregation. Is that a fair assessment?
It's free
I was just saying that. Anyway.
Association. So we're not trying to keep other people down. This is a small settlement in the middle of the Ozarks.
But they are being kept out, even in...
you don't let everyone into your home.
Around 40 people live here. Hundreds more from across the world have paid to be members. And while the men do the physical labour, the women take care of the children who live here full time. It could be a very loving community if you're part of the community, but if you're black, if you're Jewish, or if you're gay, you can't be part of that community.
They can have their own communities, and they already do.
You might be wondering how any of this can be legal. Return to the Land is structured as a private members association, which they believe allows them to discriminate on the basis of ethnicity, along with other factors. That has yet to be tested in the courts and may well fail. The Arkansas Attorney General has said his office is now reviewing the matter as a result of our reporting, and that there is no room for...
How long ago was this? 2 weeks ago. Got you.
...racial discrimination in Arkansas or anywhere in a free society.
Now, for instance, do y'all really care, to be honest, in the comments, do that make you feel something? I don't care these ignorant, weird white people want to live by themselves in a forest somewhere. 40 of them. They ain't gonna, the thing is that, to be honest, they ain't never gonna be nothing. You can't be successful.
You say that. But mind you, other people across the other states has signed and wanting to be a member. So it's not going to just be 40. But,
being racist. Or being I'm not going to allow black people in, or gays, or Jews. Now, I can see you saying, I don't want gay people living here if you're a Christian and that's not your Christian theology. But when you start going with the color of somebody's skin is the stupidest thing in the world.
Specifically black people. I like how they establish no Hispanics. I'm assuming Hispanics is joined, but it says whites only. So Asians. Hey, say what you mean what you say.
Because I have seen white people that act just like black people, and I've seen black people that act just like traditionally white people act. What are we even saying? And all black people aren't even the same. You got black people that live in the Caribbean. You got black people that come from Africa. You got African Americans. You got black people that come from all over the world. You got the ones that's black with straight hair. We call them Indians. Oh, you got people from all over the...
I didn't know that. Fun fact right there.
World. Bro, what are you talking about? And you will never accomplish anything in society to a great magnitude if you are only focused on race. You can't find me a Fortune 500 company that's doing extremely well that is just white only. You ain't gonna never find it, bro. The reason you can never find a country that's better than America that's white only. You ain't gonna find it because diversity of thought and culture with the same goal is where you get a utopia-like environment like in the United States.
Okay, I think this is the only smartest thing he's ever said, and the only time I actually agreed to something that makes sense like that. Moving on. Only time. Oh shit. Did I mute it? Fuck. Yep, I muted it by accident. And...
different cultures that are not on the same page is where you get the fall of something like America. But man, ain't nobody want to worry about 40 white people in Arkansas somewhere. But I will say this, because it is prominent. Is this constitutionally allowed? And if the answer is no, then they got to break it up. because they're doing something that's discriminatory. And that's the same for black folks. That's the same for white folks. But if what they're doing is covered under the Constitution and people are just upset about it, then who cares? I don't care. If you don't like the white only thing, make your black only thing. If they can do it, then you do it. And
fun story, Oregon back in the times of segregation and slavery, I presume. It's on YouTube, so it's, I mean, I could like search it up after this video, but there was a time in Oregon, and sorry, I said Oregon. Give me a second, hold on. New Orleans. I am so sorry. I said Oregon. New Orleans. There was, free slaves. There were free, basically, free slaves, basically, I'm saying. And that they had a, little city. And they were doing great. They were successful. They were rich. So, they had their own little town, and at that time period, white people did not like the idea of black people being successful and doing, they didn't like the idea of black people doing good. So they said, all right, we don't like that. We're going to go over there and then shut that shit down and destroy everything and blah, 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 that and third. You don't believe me? There's a story. I'll find it right now.
Between the living
when black people were doing fine in New Orleans. The decline. Despite the progress during the periods, the promises of emancipation and Reconstruction were ultimately undermined by a violent backlash from white supremacists seeking to maintain control, and Jim Crow era, the 20th century, saw the systemic implementation of Jim Crow laws legalizing racial segregation and discrimination across the South, including in New Orleans. These laws restricted access to education, employment, housing, and political participation for African Americans, hindering their economic and social advancement. So, it's right here. You guys can pause it, if you will. I just searched it up. I just typed up how black people were doing fine in New Orleans, of being successful, and how it ended. It's right here. I'm not making it up. And remember, the promise that black people were made about being free and all this, what did it say? A violent backlash from white supremacy seeking to maintain control. They did not like black people to be successful and doing good and this, that, and the third. But I'm going to continue. Oopsie, wrong one.
And I feel like people do it anyway. When I was growing up, black people live on this side of town, white people live on that side of town. And I honestly believe nobody cared. We didn't want to go shop with white people's stuff either. We had our own stuff. We had our own barbecue spots. We had our own cleaners. We had our own mortuary. We didn't need to drive to the white people neighborhood to do it. We had all the same stuff in our neighborhood. And they were just like we wanted it. Like, you know, growing up in, you know, I grew up in a lot of different areas, but growing up in Stop 6, when we lived in Stop 6, they didn't have H&Js. You couldn't go to a white neighborhood and get an H&Js. Were they doing hush puppies the way they do? They cooking at burgers, the milkshakes and stuff. The way they cooking at H&Js. Robinson's barbecue, in my opinion, was the best barbecue in Texas. We had our own barbecue spot that was better than any place in the state of Texas. So we see it back then, and nobody cared then. Why are people so butthurt of it now? Now, in the comment section, I think that most of you guys probably don't even care. What was the other clip that was associated with this? Okay, yeah. And I think this young lady tend to agree with what I'm saying. And she white and I'm black, and I think we agree. Roll the clip.
So segregation is only bad when it's white people? The internet is melting down over a white-only neighborhood in Arkansas. But where was this energy for the black-only dorms, POC-only graduations, or race-specific dating apps? And saying white people shouldn't enter black spaces uninvited? Now a group of white families created a neighborhood for themselves, and suddenly it's Jim Crow 2.0. I thought y'all loved self-determination and cultural preservation. Let's be real, it's not about racism, it's about control. You're mad that they beat you at your own game. Separate but equal was fine until the wrong people did it. When a black family does the same exact thing in Georgia, it's called empowerment. Freedom Georgia is an all-black, pro-black community, founded in 2020 and was called a model for liberation, praised by Oprah. But when white families do literally the same thing in Arkansas, all of a sudden they're the triple K. You're not seeing hate in Arkansas. What you're seeing is blatant hypocrisy. Oh, but it's not segregation when they do it. It's called...
I already just showed you what I was talking about. But I see deflecting. Anyway.
Called healing trauma. It's not exclusion then, right? It's just called community. But when white people say that they want to live on their own, all of a sudden it's back to 1954. If you don't want to live around white people, why do you get mad when they leave?
What? I don't think I disagree with her. I don't think I disagree with her. Because to be honest, I'm just being honest with y'all. If black people, the ones who believe this, because it's not every black person, the ones who believe that white people are the devil and white people are...
I don't believe that, but I believe there's bad apples.
are colonizers and white people have stolen so much from black people, then why you live around white people?
There's so much I can get into that, but I choose not to right now.
When there's a thing called white flight, why y'all mad? Because white people moving out your neighborhood. And I'm going to say this, that black people have to be cognizant of and be held responsible for doing. I don't blame white people, some white people in certain situations, for saying, I don't want to be around black people. Because I don't like to be around black people. And I'm not saying all black people, I'm saying the ends. And white people that don't want to be around black people are not talking about the good black people. They talking about the hood rats that other black people don't want to be around. If you say LeBron and them come out and they say their little stuff, and it's like, well, why don't you live in a black neighborhood, LeBron? Why is your California mansion not in a black neighborhood? You can build a fortress around your house in a black neighborhood because you're afraid you're going to get robbed. You know, only like in Atlanta do black people live in affluent black neighborhoods. In the rest of the country, it's rare that you will find an all-black neighborhood that's affluent. It just don't. When you become mature and you start making real money, you start realizing color is not even a thing. I live where I live because it's safe, because I like the house that I live in the community. Unfortunately, you know, the reality is there ain't nothing but like me and like 3 other black people that live here. And you go to where the crime and everything is where black people live. And there's multiple reasons why, but we can't just deny that it's the truth. Anybody know anything about Fort Worth, Texas? When I was younger, when we lived with my dad, we lived in Crowley. Went to North Crowley High School. Back in the day, North Crowley High School was mostly white, middle class. And all the middle class blacks that lived in, which was not a lot, but it was a few, lived in Crowley and went to the Crowley School District. I had a diverse amount of friends, really to be.
I think that's all. But I really want to get into this one. I really want to get into this. Because I find it funny that, like, most things that were invented were built by black people. So, for him to say, oops, wrong side. Black people, your culture sucks. Is what? Let me look into the comments. Okay. Let's see. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back, guys. I'm just put on hold and yeah.